the command of Lieutenant Innocent Aloyo.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, after the inspection of the band, the chief guest will proceed to inspect the exhibition. The women have been empowered for business and they have a lot in the stalls. So she will proceed after inspecting the band to the stalls. So I would like to request all those who are going to accompany the chief guest to inspect the stalls, please get ready. As soon as she has finished with the band, she will go for the inspection of the stalls before we proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to recognize some of the guests that are around to celebrate with us this International Women's Day. From the police force, Your Excellency, we have Assistant Inspector General of Police, Hadija Namutebi. You're most welcome. We have Assistant Inspector General of Police, David Waswa. You're most welcome, sir. We have with us Assistant Inspector General of Police, Lawrence Niwabeine. Sir, you're welcome. We have Assistant Inspector General of Police, Stephen Tanui. We have Assistant Inspector General of Police, John Nuwajila. Assistant Inspector General of Police, Frank Mwesigwa. We have Assistant Inspector General of Police, Felix Valiamuisachi. We have Senior Commissioner of Police, Charles Ashaba. And from the Uganda Prison Service, we wish to recognize Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, George Muge. We also recognize Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Milton Tio. You're welcome, sir. Senior Commissioner. We continue to recognize Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Vaine. We recognize Acting Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Geraldine Najuma. Acting Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Aliyo Natukunda. Commissioner of Prisons, Alex Ben Wansada. Commissioner of Prisons, Juliet Nantale. Commissioner of Prisons, Stella Nabunya. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Commissioner of Prisons, Brenda Sana. You're welcome. Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Juliet Betty Semogerere. Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Christine P.C. Babilye. Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Francis Xavier Elubu. Beg your pardon. We have Senior Medical Officer Ida Ajambo. We have Principal Rehabilitation Officer Nuru Katerega. We have Superintendent of Prisons Victoria Nahemia and Principal Rehabilitation and Reintegration Officer Martha Akilapa. You are all most welcome on this day. Ladies and gentlemen, on this day we continue as women of Uganda to recognize guests that have come to celebrate with us. We have the Dean for RDCs, RCC, Honorable Mbabazi Justin, you are most welcome. We have Assistant RCC Kawempe, Nasim Wasanyu, you are welcome. We have Assistant RCC Babilye Jemima from Nakawa, you're most welcome. We have Assistant RDC Kalishema James from Kasangati, you're most welcome. We have Assistant RDC Vicky Katongole from Makinde Sabagabo, you are most welcome and thank you for blessing this occasion.
I would like to recognize the presence of the Uganda People's Defense Forces Member of Parliament present today. First is Honorable Evelyn Burejeya Asimwe, former Member of Parliament in the 10th Parliament. And I would like to inform you, I'm proud to inform you that she is the parade commander today. Honorable Kano Sarah Patience Mpawa of the 11th Parliament is also present with us today. I remind you that all these are ladies from UPDF. Honorable Dr. Nekesa of the 11th Parliament is here with us today. And Honorable Kano Dr. Jennifer Alanyo is also here today. Honorable Kano Sarah Oruni Susan is also present with us today. All those are members of the 11th Parliament. Distinguished guests, invited guests, I would like to inform you that we recently carried out elections for members of Parliament in the Uganda People's Defense Forces, and the following are the MP elects. Colonel Slivia Meme is present with us today. Colonel Christine Situma Nekesa is also present. And Major General Joseph Musoke Semwanga is also present with us today. Thank you for coming. I would like also to recognize the presence of the Director, Women Affairs, Uganda People's Defense Forces, Brigadier General Charity Bainababo. Thank you for supporting us, especially with all the activities you helped us to carry out throughout the week, and most especially in this parade that is composed of ladies of UPDF. More so, in the health camp carried out last week at Kamocha. It was conducted by the women of UPDF and the medical services of UPDF. Thank you so much, the UPDF leadership. Her Excellency and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this day, Women's Day, all the women of UPDF, we express our gratitude and honor to our Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and all the UPDF leadership, and all our predecessors who struggled to liberate this country. We also appreciate the progress for professional growth within the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We appreciate all the opportunities provided for us as female combatants, Defense Forces leadership, under the Chief of Defense Forces, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, for the able leadership and for creating a favorable, a conducive environment for us, the women of UPDF, to thrive. We now belong to a group of courageous women in the world. We, the women of UPDF, are in full support to all the institutions of government to ensure a stable and economically strong country. We salute all the women and girls of Uganda, especially those who are engaged in building this country, politically, socially, and economically. We salute our senior lady generals, General Proscovia Nareiso, General Flavia Biekwaso, and General Charity Bainababo for their contribution towards a better Uganda People's Defense Forces. The Directorate of Women Affairs in Uganda People's Defense Forces is central in promoting gender equality and also addressing welfare for the women in UPDF. It also ensures that all the women in UPDF thrive in leadership. The Directorate of Women Affairs is commanded by Brigadier General Charity Bainababo. We congratulate all the women of UPDF all the women of sister organizations, and all the women of Uganda. We salute the parade commander and all the participants. As I told you, Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Bureje Asimwe is in command of this parade today. This year's theme, scaling up investment to accelerate access to justice for all women and girls in Uganda, is in line with the Uganda Vision 2040 that aims at transforming Uganda from a peasant country into a modern and prosperous country. Thank you so much. We salute our partners who continue to invest in justice for women and girls in Uganda. Together, we are building institutions that protect girls and expand their opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We welcome you to this function. We have their excellencies, ambassadors, and high commissioners. We have the UN Women country representative. I think you will be seeing that diplomat here. We have the High Commissioner, Nigeria. We have the coordinator, UNESCO. We have the diplomatic head of mission from the Ethiopian embassy. We have the diplomatic head of mission from the Qatar embassy. Have the head of mission, the Somali embassy. We have the ambassador, Embassy of Ireland. We have the consular. And liaison. Okay. We have the diplomatic head embassy of Sudan. We have the head of mission, IGAD. We have the head of programs, UN Women. We have the ambassador, French embassy. We have the assistant embassy of Denmark. We have the program officer, UN Women. We have the head of mission, Embassy of Iceland. And we have the ambassador of Venezuela. We have the ambassador of Algeria. And we also have the ambassador of Belgium. We have the first secretary, Embassy of Sweden. We have the head of UNAIDS. Your Excellencies, you are most welcome to this function. We are blessed by your presence. And we have got religious leaders of the various religions in Uganda and faiths. We have the Right Reverend Bishop Anthony Ziwa, the Chairman, Episcopal Conference. We have Archbishop Moses Odongo, the General Overseer, National Fellowship of Born Again Pentecostal Churches. We have His Eminence, Sheikh Shaban Mubajje, the Mufti of Uganda, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. We have His Eminence, Archbishop Jeronim Muzeyi, the Uganda Orthodox Church. And we have got other religious leaders, but I have mentioned only the top ones. Today, as it is the Women's Day, when we call people to come and pray, we shall have the women who have been appointed by them, by those church or religious, by those religious leaders. We have got women leaders from all over the country and the universities and the schools. You are most welcome. Her Excellency, the Vice President, is still inspecting the stores. Immediately after that, when she returns, we shall go into prayers, and then after that, we shall have the march past. I'm sure that is what people are waiting for. You are most welcome in all your capacities, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests. Tunawakaribisha sana kwa sherehe hii ya wanawake wa kimataifa. We welcome all the ministers of state. We welcome all heads of constitutional commissions. We welcome all the permanent secretaries. We welcome all the leaders in their capacities in the public service, different organizations. This is our day. It's the International Women's Day, as we are celebrating here. Considering the time zones, some women have already celebrated and others are still waiting because of our time zones. And when we come together as women, there is a way we touch base. There is a way we acknowledge that we are there in our various capacities. Here, we have got women from different categories, the Central Executive Committee of NRM, the Women League, at various levels, the women councils at various levels. I can see in this state here, there are members of the Women Council from the districts. Our child of NRM, you are most welcome. I mean our Women Council. Yeah, you are most welcome. I can see the women of Mothers Union of Uganda. I can see the women of Catholic Women's Guild. All these religious groups and even the Muslim women, I have seen them. Now, the ones you have heard clapping are the executive members of the National Women's Council there. These ones are members of the District Women's Council, you are most welcome to this function today.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to recognize the dignitaries that have blessed this occasion. We welcome the High Commission of India, Upendra Singh. You're most welcome, sir. We also welcome Misha Ngwema Camelo, the ambassador of Equatorial Guinea. You're most welcome, sir. We welcome Dr. Tamu Mustafa, Honorable Consul of Syria. You're most welcome. We recognize Mr. Leonard Zulu from the United Nations. He's a resident coordinator. We also welcome the Deputy IGG, Ms. Anne Muhirwe. You're most welcome. We have women leaders, and I wish to recognize Honorable Adrien Kobsinje. This is the chairperson of the Women's League. These are SEC members, very big ladies. You're most welcome. I wish to welcome Honorable Chatwile Jacqueline, the Deputy National Treasurer of NRM. You are most welcome.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, can we stand up and welcome back our chief guest who has now completed the inspection of the parade and the stores. Manaka to welcoming our chief guest, Eyalama Noi, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Welcome back from inspecting the exhibitions. I'm very sure you have seen so many good things that the women are working on. Women are making money, and we have been recognized under the NRM government, specifically His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who said that women should get special recognition. Your Excellency, you are welcome back. Maybe you can take your seat, and then we continue with prayers. We can all take our seats. We can remain in our humble positions, but we go on with prayers. Right now, Your Excellency, I would like to request you to allow me to invite the religious leaders to come and lead prayers. With the Christian, on the part of the Christian faith, we have Madam Roslyn Bingi Kawiso, who is the President of Mothers Union of Uganda. And for the Muslim faith, we have Hajat Zainabu from Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. Today is our day. Our religious leaders, thank you for allowing these women to come and lead prayers, even in your presence.
Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, I respectfully observe the established protocol. My name is Nalongo Binji Rosalind Kawiso, by the grace of God, the President of Mothers Union, Namirembe Diocese, and Central Region, which comprises the 7 dioceses in Central Region. It's my honor to lead us in prayers as we gather to commemorate International Women's Day together with the Interreligious Council, Women of Faith. Her Excellency, allow me to introduce the women of faith we are with today here from several, from various denominations. Lydian Mugerwa from SDA, Proskovia Matovu from Orthodox Church, Madame Florence Nasanga, she's our chairperson, Interreligious Women of Faith from Catholic denomination. Madame Sophie Kanyangi from National Chairperson, Muslim Supreme Council. Madame Odong from National Fellowship of Born Again. And then we have our head, our coordinator, Dr. Sengendo, coordinator and specialist in gender and women of faith prayers. Thank you very much. This is my quote. Give her a credit for all she does. She deserves respect of everyone. Proverbs 31:31. Let us humble ourselves in prayer, ladies and gentlemen. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of life, for bringing us together today as we celebrate International Women's Day. We thank you for the women of Uganda and around the world for their strength, love, resilience, and the vital role they play in our families and communities and in our nation, Uganda. Lord, as we lift up our country, Uganda, before you, we thank you for the peace we've enjoyed and pray that you continue to strengthen unity among our people. Bless our President, His Excellency General Yoweri Museveni Kaguta Museveni, our Vice President, our Prime Minister, and our Mama Janet. Bless all the leaders and our Mama Janet. Bless all the leaders gathered here today with wisdom, integrity, compassion, and as they serve the nation. We also pray for women and children who face violence, discrimination, injustice. Bring healing where there is pain. Comfort where there is sorrow. Protect where there is danger. Help our communities promote respect, dignity, and safety for all. Heavenly Father, as we mark this important day, help us not to celebrate women, but also to commit ourselves supporting, uplifting them. Give our hearts that value dignity, voices that speak for justice, the hands that work for peace and development. May this gathering together inspire renewed commitment from our leaders, institutions, and communities to promote the welfare of women, children, and our husbands in Uganda. Let today be a reminder that when women thrive, families thrive. When families thrive, communities thrive. When communities thrive, the entire nation prospers. We dedicate this celebration into your hands. Guide every word that will be spoken here, every decision that will be made here, every commitment that will come from this gathering. May all that happens here bring honor to your name and contribute peace, unity, development in our beloved nation, Uganda. We thank you, Lord, for hearing our prayer. We have prayed all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I remain Bingi Rosalind Kawiso, the President of Namirembe Diocese and Central Region. from Interreligious Women of Faith. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, my name is Hajat Kenyan Sophia Safina. Allow me to congratulate the women of Uganda, all in their capacities. Today we are having a Muslim woman, the first Deputy Sharia Director, who is going to lead us prayers today as we wait for the card courts. She's called Hajat Zainabu Nakabugo. Today she's leading our prayers, and I would like you to welcome her this achievement of Women's Day. Allow me, your Vice President, to thank the President on the pledge of the Muslim women, which we have rolled out successfully, and it is doing well in the whole of Uganda. And we appreciate the pledge that he has put across of 2 billion, and we promise that we will work hard to make sure we elevate poverty in Uganda among the women at the household level, following the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Lord of the worlds. We seek his help, his guidance, his forgiveness. May peace and blessings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, his family, his companions, and those that followed his guidance until the day of judgment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in his glorious Quran, Man amila salihan min dhakarin aw untha wa huwa mu'min falanuhyiyannahu hayatan tayyibah wa lanajziyannahum ajrahum bi ahsana ma kanu ya'malun. Surah An-Nahl. Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter, according to the best of what they used to do. Chapter 16, verse 97. We thank Allah for the gift of life, the dignity he bestows on every human being, and for the many women whose faith, courage, and labor sustain families and communities. O Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, on this day when we honor women, we recall your promise that whoever does righteousness, male or female, and is a believer, will be granted a good life and rewarded for their deeds. Grant our women strength, protection, and recognition. Bless the mothers who nurture, the daughters who aspire, the sisters who support, the wives who partner, and the women who lead in schools, hospitals, markets, places of worship, and public places. Make their efforts a source of blessings and upliftment for their households and for the nation. O Sustainer, reward those who pursue knowledge, justice, and service, ease the burdens of women who face hardships, heal those who suffer from injustice and violence, and grant patience and hope to those who work quietly for change. Guide our communities to reflect the compassion and equity you command, and remove from us prejudice, neglect, and oppression. O Allah, grant wisdom and integrity to our leaders and institutions, so that laws and policies protect the rights and dignity of every woman. Strengthen civil society, faith leaders, and families to create safe spaces where women can flourish and contribute fully. O Allah, bless the President of Uganda, the first family, the government, and all who serve in public offices. Grant them wisdom, justice, and compassion in their decisions. Bless all Ugandans with unity, security, and opportunities for dignity and prosperity. Protect the vulnerable, provide for the needy, and unite our hearts in service to the common good. Accept from us our prayers and deeds. Make us instruments of mercy, equity, and honor for one another. Guide us to act with humility, courage, and steadfastness in the cause of goodness. In the name of Allah, the Almighty, we pray. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, that is women empowerment. That is a song to take them back to their seats. DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. The religious leaders are having a photo moment with Her Excellency, the Vice President. Cameras, muliwa. Hey, that is a photo moment. This is an historic day. We have the Vice President, who is a woman. Yeah. Yes. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce one of the diplomats who has not yet been introduced. That is Her Excellency Joyce Kakuramatsi Kikafunda, the High Commissioner of India. Now we proceed with the march past. March past.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for march past. The parade commander is Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Buregeya Asimwe. Asimwe, and the parade second in command is Major Miriam Akelo Opio. Our distinguished guests, please reminded that while the color parties approach, you'll be requested to stand up.
Yes, they are going past them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parade commander has requested for permission for the colors. Maximum security, glamour, and beauty to the national colors. Thank you very much, the parade commander of today, Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Asimwe, for doing this at your best. she's now handing over to the parade to IC to march off the parade.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Bureje Asimwe, for a wonderful demonstration. She has now handed over to the parade second in command, Major Miriam Makelo Pio. Is now moving out under the command of the parade second in command. Her Excellency, Ma'am, I would like to recognize the presence of Lieutenant General Samo Kiding, the Deputy Chief of Defense Forces. Lieutenant General Jack Agonza Makasumba, the Chief Joint Staff. Major General William Bino Mujisha, the Commander of Military Police. Major General James Chinarwa, the Joint Staff Human Resource. He is also a Member of Parliament elect for the 12th Parliament. Brigadier General S.M. Bagonza, the Chief of Staff, Land Forces. You're most welcome. Brigadier General Mwanjesa Chiranda, the Chief of Staff, Reserve Forces. You're most welcome, sir. Brigadier General Fred Mwesije, the Commander, 1 Infantry Division. You're most welcome, sir. Brigadier Wycliffe Keita, the Joint Chief of Staff, Training and Doctrine. You're welcome. Brigadier General Richard Kalemire is the Chief of Formal Education, Culture and Sports within the UPDF. Thank you so much for coming. Brigadier General Godwin Karugaba, the Joint Staff Logistics, you are welcome. Major General Joseph Musoke Semwanga, the Deputy Chief of Land Forces, you are much welcome, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please allow me also to recognize some of the great mobilizers in Kampala. These are Nabugabo Abdil. They are seated there in the pavilion. Nabugabo Abdil Joint Venture. They brought a team of more than 1,000 people to this function. You are welcome. And their managing director is Mr. Hamza Senyondo. Your Excellency, among the great women we have in Kampala, we have the Right Honorable Margaret Nantongo Ziwa, who was once the Speaker, East African Legislative Assembly. Your Excellency, we also have the Secretary to the Equal Opportunities Commission, Dr. Sharif Nasa Mukwaya. Your Excellency, the women who are here have come from all the districts of Uganda. Therefore, Afande, you are most welcome to this function, and we are proud to have you here. We've been talking about you as one of the empowered women of Uganda that we have. We have, in a special way, we are recognizing the women from the oil city, Hoima. They came with a total of 62 people mobilized by the Minister of State Public Service, Honorable Mary Grace Mugasa. Your Excellency, we thank you. The theme for this function in Kiswahili now, Your Excellency, is kuimarisha uwekezaji ili kutoa fursa kwa kuzingatiwa haki kwa wanawake na wasichana wote nchini Uganda. That is, scaling up investment to accelerate access to justice for all women and girls in Uganda. Your Excellency, we are showing you that in Uganda we are learning Kiswahili very fast. Your Excellency, we would now like to hand over to the Director of Ceremonies. We have been Assistant Directors of Ceremonies. My name is Alice Abwoli Muwanguzi, Special Presidential Assistant in the Office of the President. Yeah, as the Director of Ceremonies comes, I would like to recognize the presence of the retired General Kale Kaihura, who was our Inspector General of Police, and retired Brigadier General Rebecca Mpachi.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, the leader of the opposition party in Parliament, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Your Royal Highnesses, traditional and cultural leaders, religious leaders, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners, religious leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored to be the Director of Ceremonies as Uganda joins the rest of the world to celebrate the International Women's Day 2026. I'm sincerely privileged to have stood on this pulpit for the last 10 years as a Director of Ceremonies. I appreciate the appointing authority for giving me this very great opportunity to perform this responsibility. Today, as we celebrate and recognize the contribution of women to national development, regional integration, and the achievement of the global sustainable goals. Our focus today is scaling up investment to accelerate access to justice for all women and girls in Uganda. Indeed, as we scale up justice, we have to recognize where we've come from. Uganda was privileged to be one of the first countries in Africa to provide opportunity for women to take a center stage in the leadership of the country, to determine and shape policies that favor women in the economic development of our country. The struggle for women emancipation and gender equality started way back in the 1946. In 1998, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination was able to constitute in New York. We are lucky and privileged today to have one of those who represented us in one of these struggles in Mexico. There was a special presidential assistant who I would wish to recognize today because we are lucky she's still available and present. Special Presidential Assistants of Police, Nakavira Jane Nance, represented us in Mexico in 1975. She is around. I wish to request her to step forward over there so that we can give her a big hand of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our demand for equal rights and access to justice is not just a modern fashion. It is a way, a pathway through which Uganda would be able to develop faster. We have been able to see how women have progressed from the time the NRM government allowed them to participate in all areas of socio-economic development. As the Vice President was moving around the stores, we have been able to progress from no earning any income or earning a coin at all, set by our traditional systems, to now being able to grow and be able to put up industries of our own. There are many factories and industries that were exhibited, and these are not all. These are only the ones who could make it today here in Kampala. But over the whole area in Uganda, women have taken a center stage in income development. However, a few challenges still stand that in our quest and struggle for emancipation and gender equality, gender-based violence has remained high. 52% of all the women have ever faced physical violence. The few that have not had physical violence, at least economic violence, has been one of the daily bread they earn. Today, we would wish to mobilize not only women, but also men, to acknowledge and accept the space for women, to support them in developing this country and maintaining peace together. The peace of a woman is not necessarily the presence of guns. It is the peace at home. It is the space she has, the way she's treated, and the security she has at home and in the environment around her. The respect she has is what we call as peace and security for a woman. Excellency, the Vice President, we wish to request you to convey our congratulatory message to His Excellency the President upon his landslide victory in the recent concluded general elections. All Ugandans are firmly behind him to lead us to the path of socio-economic transformation and graduating our motherland into a middle-income country. Your Excellency, we wish also to thank you for all the support you have always given us during these celebrations. We know he has always been here in person. Now that he has sent a delegate, there must be also a very strong reason that he's not here. And I'm sure the delegate, who is the vice president, will give us the right information. But we are confident whatever he's doing is for the interest of women wherever they are located. We want to thank the Kampala capital city for hosting this International Women's Day. We know the roster, the duty roster today this time was not yours. We should have been in northern Uganda. But because of circumstances that we could not avoid, it was important to have this celebration here in Kampala. And at short notice, you were able to host us. We want to thank you so much. And on this note, allow me to thank the Minister, Honorable Mr. Kabanda, the Minister for Kampala, Capital City, and Metropolitan, for taking lead in cleaning Kampala. Thank you very much for cleaning it up. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize a few eminent persons that were here that were not recognized before. But I want to appreciate the Masters of Ceremonies, who had done a tremendous job in recognizing all the other dignitaries that I will not be able to recognize here. And I'm happy that our Assistant Masters of Ceremonies had done a perfect job. I want to appreciate them here. Madam Alice Mwanguzi Awori, Omubita Arkwera. Thank you so much for always holding the platform, taking us through. You know our history, you know where you are going, and you have groomed a number of us. We never make mistakes on this microphone because of the presence of this lady. She has been our super glue on this podium. Thank you very much. Step forward and everybody recognize you by a hand clap. In our women fraternity, we would have called her a journal, and I think she deserves to be. We have Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Mary Centenary. She looks as a centenary bank. Assistant Commissioner of Prisons has corrected me. Thank you very much for taking up the stage and for enduring the sun on every ceremony we have. We have always had you. Thank you for perfecting the skills. Major Terry Murunji Flavia, Omubwat. Thank you very much. This one is the Director of Information in the Reserved Force. Thank you so much for perfecting the skills. We look upon you. For the coming generation of the young people, you are their lead Masters of Ceremonies. We thank you for the job well done. Allow me to recognize colleague ministers who are here present. Honorable Samuel Helen, the Minister of State for Disability Affairs. She's over there. Thank you very much for the job you have been doing with persons with disabilities in the country. The Right Honorable the Second Deputy Prime Minister, Mama Lukia Nakadama, who was my predecessor. I am proud of her, that all the information she left in office is what I utilized to shine on the platform. Thank you so much for laying a very good foundation. Madam Alice Kaboya was my former boss at the State House. She's now Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, responsible for Ruero Triangle. Thank you for mobilizing our fighters. Abarwanyi bafe bonaba mumanyi akozo murimo gwamanyi nyo. Thank you so much and congratulations upon reaching this milestone. Honorable Peter Okeris, Minister of State for Karamoja Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister. He was one of the first to come here in the morning. Thank you, Papa, for gracing this occasion. Honorable Mugisa Grace, Mary, Minister of State, Public Service, congratulations and thank you for being with us. Honorable Victoria Rusoke, Atwoki, Omubitokati, thank you very much. She's the Minister of State for Local Government. Local government is one of the biggest ministries we have. She manages to marshal it up with the Honorable Rafael Magezi. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Honorable Helen Adoa, the Minister of State for Agriculture, responsible for fisheries, thank you for ushering women into the lake. The women are now fishing on their own. They are not waiting for fishermen to bring fish. Now I don't know the name we should be giving women who are fishing. Are they fisherwomen or fishermen? Fisherwomen. That's a new slogan because previously we did not have women on the lake fishing. Now we have a number of them because Honorable Adoa has ushered them into the lake to fish. Honorable Akela Beatrice, Minister of State for President Economic Monitoring, thank you for monitoring the economy. I am happy that you are here to grace this very important occasion. Honorable Diana Mutasegwa, she is also with us, Minister of State in the Vice President's office. Thank you for gracing this very important occasion. I don't want to make a mistake of forgetting a very important person, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Amama Mbabazi. Please stand up for recognition with your wife behind there. You are one of the few that has been able to walk here today with your wife. A big hand of applause for the two partners to walk together this long journey. I also wish to recognize the presence of our ambassador to Turkey, Honorable Nusrat Peru. I'm sure everybody knows her because of the role she played in mobilizing for canvassing for votes in the recent concluded elections. But she has been in the trenches of the struggle for gender equality and women emancipation. She is now the ambassador in Turkey. We have a consular general in Guangzhou, China. I seem to have seen the consular here. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, she's over there in the middle. Thank you so much, Mama, for coming here on this very important. Ambassador Chikafunda, I invited her personally. She's from India. Thank you so much for gracing this very important occasion. We cherish the journey you have been making and for the progress, the fight for gender equality. I don't want to take you longer because I'm sure many people have been invited, but allow me kindly to recognize the cultural leaders. His Royal Highness Isa Sabaruri of Bururi Kingdom is the chairperson of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. He's there in his royal regalia. Your Royal Highness Paul Sunday Emormol Papa Iteso. Please, a big hand of applause. Ambassador John Atim, who has been the Secretary General of the Forum for the Cultural Leaders, is also here with us. We want to recognize you in a special way and thank you for gracing this very important occasion. Your Excellency, we are indeed honored to have many people coming in today. I am unable to introduce everybody, but allow me in general terms, thank you so much for gracing this very important occasion. Thank you for recognizing the efforts of women. I want in a special to thank the media. The media has pitched it up. This important celebration is not only happening here, but everybody is viewing us online. And the whole of this week, they have been showcasing the women's progress in achieving equality and justice, and also their contribution towards socio-economic development. Allow me on this very important occasion to request the minister, sorry, before I request the minister, we have the chairperson of the Women Council. Our chairperson of the Women Council, who has been with us for the last 7 years, Madam Farida. Madam Farida Chivawa, please walk slowly. Walk slowly and get here. Farida Chivawa has been a very instrumental cadre of the NRM. She has been a beacon of the women's equality, gender equality, and women's emancipation. She's a very strong mobilizer, even as you see her walking majestically. She wants to feel the applause for all the women, wherever they are located, because she has played a very instrumental role in leading the Women Council in the last 7 years. She is presenting herself with a very dynamic team of eminent women who have been supporting her within the journey. From the time she walked in office, she has worked with her team to this particular day as we celebrate the International Women's Day 2026. You have the right to dance, you have the right to fill the space, you have the right to celebrate because this is your day. Allow me kindly to recognize the presence of Honorable Huda Olel Abson, the Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for coming and for celebrating with us. Madam Farida, please take your space. Honorable Nabakova, I beg your pardon. Honorable Nabakova has been with us all through. The Minister for Lands, she has clarified, she has enabled the Land Committee. Many reforms now are within the land section. Let me mention this properly. The number of reforms she has made, Honorable Nabakova want to appreciate, that you can go online and apply for a land title and have it in your names and you will get it and in a very record time. So we want to thank you so much for this landscape achievement you have made in the lives of women. It was one of the hard spaces for women to get to acquire a land title. But within your time, I am told 30% of the women, of the people who own land, 30% of the women have registered land. Congratulations, thank you for coming to join this important occasion. Farida, my dear sister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Peace Mutuzo, our own, for giving us an opportunity as women leaders of this country to make a statement on this very important day. And it is our day to shine. Can I hear you? Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Major Retired Jessica Lupo Toto, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Principal Judge, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Majegere Wafe, Mama Nabanja, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Hajat Rukia Nakadama, the Right Honorable Secretary General, and representatives from the NRM Secretariat, and all the SEC members present, Your Highness, the cultural leaders, Honorable Cabinet Ministers and Ministers of State, Your Excellencies, the Ambassador and High Commissioners, Honorable Members of Parliament, the incoming and outgoing, religious leaders, Head of Civil Service, RDCs and chairpersons of LC5, the Women Council leaders and the Women League from all the districts of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, tusanso kubalaba, mwebale kujja. Your Excellency, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you here today on this year's International Day, Women's Day celebrations here at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. This year's theme is scaling up investment to accelerate access to justice for all women and girls in this country, Uganda. On my own behalf, and on behalf of all the women of Uganda, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our dear president, who is not here with us, for his well-deserved victory in the recent concluded presidential election. His re-election as president of this country, Uganda, with 71% is a big statement, not only to the people of Uganda, but to also the people of East Africa, Africa, and the world. Ugandans demonstrated political maturity and committed to peace. We must always remember that wherever there is conflict and instability, women and children suffer most. By protecting peace and stability, we protect our development and our future. We extend special appreciation as National Women's Council to the First Lady of this country, Mama Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for standing firm with Museveni throughout the journey of election. Mama is not here, but we want to thank her for the message which she reinforced, the values of unity, peace, and stability. The last-minute prayer that Mama sent had a powerful message to the country, reminding us of our responsibility as citizens and encouraged Uganda to peacefully come out in person and participate in the democratic process. Thank you, Mama. We also want to commend a sister, Natasha, for engaging the young people and the bloggers throughout various social media platforms, including the TikTokers, because it is the way to go. Thank you. That engagement spoke clearly to the young people of Uganda that family unity, patriotism, and responsibility are essential in all protecting our nation and securing our future. Our dear chief guest, I want to appreciate everyone who supported the president, especially the women across the country, who have always supported Museveni spiritually, financially, morally, and throughout intensive mobilization. It demonstrates clearly that women are not spectators in the nation building, but active partners in shaping the destiny of our nation. I want to congratulate all those that participated in the just concluded election, including myself. I want to congratulate the members of parliament who made it back, and some were unopposed, like the Speaker of Parliament and many others. And those that contested, we congratulate you. We also want to congratulate those who didn't make it. Congratulations. That is the beginning of the journey. In a very special way, I want to congratulate the National Women's Council. National Women's Council has proved to be a nursery bed that grooms future leaders. With me here on my executive, I have already members of parliament from the National Women's Council. Can I ask the members of parliament to step forward? Honorable Linda, she will introduce herself. Please come and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. My chair, I observed all the protocol. My name is Awuma Linda Agnes. I'm the woman member of parliament for the people of Lira district. And I would like to also thank my people for giving me a second term. Thank you so much. I'm also the vice chairperson for the National Women Council. Women, oye!
Oye!
Uganda women, oye!
Oye!
Arise, shine, and feed the nation.
Thank you. Mastula.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, all protocol observed. My name is Mastula Namatovu, Member of Parliament-elect, Kamuli Municipality, under National Publicity for the Women's Council of Uganda. A women oye!
Oy.
A women oye!
Oy.
Mzee oye!
Oy.
Thank you so much.
I want also to congratulate in a very special way the women who made it to the Central Executive Committee, headed by the chair of the Women's League, Honorable Adrian Kobsinje. You can stand up for recognition. And the executive members of the Women's League. The Vice for Buganda is there, Mama Buganda, Juliet Nasuna. The Vice for Western, Honorable Inidi Mwesije, please. The Vice for Northern, Adong Teddy. The Vice for Eastern, a Captain, Captain Grace. The General Secretary, Honorable Jacqueline, and she's going back for Yala. And the publicity, who is a member of the Women's Council. Please introduce yourself.
All protocol observed. I am Akwi Nora Robina, the National Publicity of the Women's League, at the same time, the National Treasurer of the Women's Council. All women, oi! Women, oi! A winning, oi! Women League, oi! Women Council, oi! Thank you so much.
Before I proceed, I want to take this opportunity to give the executive of the National Women's Council an opportunity to introduce themselves. But before they come, I want to introduce Honorable Asamo Helen, who is a member of the executive of the Women's Council representing women with disability. Honorable Asamo, thank you so much for guiding us all the time. I want also to introduce Hillary. Let Hillary first come. Hillary, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, and all protocol observed. My name is Hillary Asimwe. I am the Secretary for the Female Youth at the National Youth Council. And by law, I also become part of the executive of the Women's Council. I am honored to be part of this great event. And as young women in leadership, when we look at other women that have made it, we are greatly inspired, and we are ready to inspire the next generation. Thank you. Women, oye. Oye. Youth, oye. Oye. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nakafero. Please come and introduce yourself.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, all protocol observed. My name is Angela Nakafero. I serve as the Commissioner, Gender and Women Affairs, Minister of Gender, Labor, Social Development, ex-officio to the National Women's Council. Thank you very much.
Doctor represents the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development on the Executive Committee of the National Women's Council. The National Women's Council is under Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and we are housed in the Secretariat of the Special Interest Group. Please, the Secretary, come and join us. The only man.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, and all the protocol that has been already observed. My name is Osborne Turiasingura, the Madam, representing the Secretariat at the Council. In other words, I am the Secretary to the National Women's Council. I thank you so much. Women, oye? Oye. Can I hear you? Women, oye? Oye. Thank you so much.
Our manager, please come and introduce yourself.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, I'll stand on the protocol already set. My name is Emily Akulu. I'm the Program Manager of the National Women's Council. When the Chair spoke about the National Women's Council building the capacity of women and being a bakery of leaders, she mentioned politicians, but I also want to say that I started as a chairperson of the of Alebtong district. I was a Women Council chairperson of Alebtong district, and my capacity has been built technically, and now I'm together with the women of Uganda, irrespective. Thank you so much. Women, oye!
Oye.
Women of Uganda, oye!
Oye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, our manager for the Women's Council. Your Excellency, as we gather here to celebrate our day, it's also very important to remember with deep respect the prominent women leaders that we have lost in the past year. In a very special way, we pay tribute to the late Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire, a distinguished woman leader, a minister, a member of parliament whose lifelong dedication to education and empowerment of women and girls remain a lasting legacy for our country. We thank the government of Uganda for according her an official burial. And we thank you for representing government of Uganda. We also remember all the other women who served in parliament, local government, public service, civil society, and community structures. Their service strengthened families, institutions, and our nation. And all those that have lost their dear ones, may their souls rest in eternal peace. The National Women's Council was established by an Act of Parliament in 1993, and it continues to serve as the voice of women from the village to the national level. I'm pleased to inform you that the National Women's Council, together with other special interest groups, is now housed under the National Secretariat for Special Interest Groups, a semi-autonomous institution operating under Ministry of Gender. This structure has strengthened coordination, visibility, and service delivery for women, youth, people with disability, and PWDs. We have a secretariat that is headed by Mr. Osborne as the ES and managers of other departments. This year's theme is focusing on justice, and women's access to justice strongly resonates with the spirit of protection, the gains Uganda has made in governance, human rights, and inclusive development. Her Excellency, we commend government has continued commitment to gender inclusion within the justice sector. Today, women constitute over 50.6% of the judiciary in Uganda, demonstrating remarkable progress in Uganda's leadership. In the administration of justice, at the Supreme Court level, women now represent approximately 51.26%, while among registrars and judicial officers, women count for about 55.69%. This deliberate effort is to promote capable women within the justice system that has strengthened public confidence in the judiciary and expand access to justice for Ugandan women and families. Under the NRM government, where we all subscribe, women of Uganda have made remarkable progress, and we proudly take stock of the steady progress and gains. First is through affirmative action and deliberate policies. Women today are represented in parliament, and local governments like the special interest groups. A case in point, the Women Council has enabled over 360 of the women leaders to serve from grassroots up to the national level, where I happen to be the national chairperson. This has strengthened inclusive governance and amplified the voices of the women. It's also evident that the women now serve with distinction in sectors such as security, finance, agriculture, ICT, banks, education, science, health, business, name it, innovation, value addition, roles which were once unimaginable. High Excellency, Uganda has also made a significant strides in economic empowerment through programs aimed at transforming households and uplifting citizens out of poverty. Government initiatives such as our very own UWEP, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, which is targeting us, the women, strictly the women, has really benefited quite a number of women, and we have registered success stories. The PDM, Yoga, has expanded women's access to financial resources, enterprise development, and markets. These interventions have contributed significantly, improved household incomes, poverty reduction, and livelihood. Our chief guest, we thank the President for his continued emphasis on wealth creation at household level, including the well-known 4-acre model, continues to guide communities on how land can be utilized productively to generate sustainable income. The National Women's Council continues to operationalize this household model by ensuring that all leaders mobilize specific households, disseminate information, and link families to government programs. Additionally, sustained peace and security have provided a stable environment for women and engage in productive activities. Infrastructure development, including roads, hospitals, electricity, and communication networks, has further facilitated women economic participation and market access. The National Women's Council has prioritized promotion of human rights and justice through training women as paralegal training programs that have been rolled out across many districts. Women leaders have been equipped with knowledge and skills to identify and respond to the challenges affecting women in families. At the village level, women leaders, especially the Nabachala, that Nabachala has been identified, and we have equipped them with knowledge and skills to identify and respond to challenges affecting women and families. At the village level, women council leaders have increasingly become the first point of contact for women facing injustice, violence, and social challenges. This grassroots system is strengthening access to justice and reinforcing the protection and human rights in our communities. Our dear chief guest, I'm pleased to inform you that on Friday, 6th March, over 400 women gathered together under the Women's Convention at Mistil Hotel from across political parties, creative art, women in business, academia, women in markets, the women leaders, women from ministries, departments, and agencies, under the theme, reflecting on the past, strengthening the present, and shaping the future of Uganda, of the women's agenda in Uganda, and came up with some resolutions. 1, the Women Convention shall be institutionalized as an annual event to be covered every year in order to review progress and strengthen women participation and advance the women's agenda. That's 2, that the 12th Parliament should prioritize the review of all pending bills and to enact legislation that is gender responsive, promotes equality, and safeguards the rights and interests of women. That 3, to strengthen mentorship for young women with the objective of preparing the next generation of women to actively participate in governance and public life. Your Excellency, the Convention resolved to expand and strengthen affirmative action measures in order to create more opportunities for both young and senior women in leadership and decision-making structures, noting that women have not yet achieved even the 50% representation, and that the current 34% representation is largely attributed to appointments rather than elected positions. Our chief guest, the convention also revealed and we agreed that we have to mainstream increase of women's presentation in key decision-making positions. Those are heads of departments, agencies, and administrative units. We recommended that we get more women in key decision-making positions. Like you're aware, the National Women's Council, by law, is mandated to convene an annual council meeting. I also want to present to you, our dear chief guest, the resolutions of the Women's Council Conference that sat yesterday at Africana and was well attended by all the women leaders from the 146 districts and cities. Ministers also attended, and the Secretariat, and we had resolutions. One was to review and amend the legal provision governing the lining up method used to vote during primary elections, noting that the practice is gender biased, undermines democracy, democratic principles, exposes women to intimidation and violence, and is inconsistent with dignity and safety of voters, particularly women. That was one of the recommendations. And 2, the Council resolved that we identify and document, profile women who have attained leadership positions and have progressed through the structures of the National Women's Council. A case in point, the Right Honorable Prime Minister started as a chairperson of the Women's Council in her village until she made it to the district, a minister, commissioner, RDC, name it, up to the office of the Prime Minister. Congratulations. We have Mama Ziwa Margaret, the former Yala MP Speaker, who was the first chair of the Women's Council. We have my predecessor, my Honorable Rose Najemba Mbabali. She's there. You have, those women have represented us very well. We have Mama Grace Caballo. We have Mama Rose Chirabida, Honorable Rose Chirabida. She started in the Women's Council and she served as RDC until she contested to become a Member of Parliament for Wachisum. We have Mama Mbabazi Jacqueline. She was also in the structures, and many. The list is long. We actually agreed and resolved that we are going to profile them, and we appreciate their contribution, and we want to thank you. You have ably represented us very well. We resolved that capacity building and training on different skills, the paradigms for women leaders. Secondly, we want to train the women leaders on their roles and responsibilities. There is a danger when we have leaders who do not even know their roles and responsibilities. And we are aware that all the elected leaders, starting from Parliament, they are always trained. They are always taken to Shankwazi for a training. So we resolved that it is a must that capacity building and training on different skills for the women leaders is one of the resolutions that we passed. However, Your Excellency, as National Women Council, we are willing to have a more structured and deepened discussion on the matters for collective good of our women in this country with the President of the Republic of Uganda, because there are pending pledges that have not been fulfilled. These ones, we talked about them and we discussed, so we kindly request that he gives us an appointment to discuss on some of these things. Your Excellency, as we have registered a number of achievements, we have also have some challenges that have remained. One, the increasing cases of teenage pregnancy continue to threaten the future of many girls. We call upon Parliament and relevant institutions to strengthen laws and enforcement mechanisms to protect our girls, keep them in school, and ensure perpetrators are held accountable. Violence against women and girls also continues to undermine our progress. Gender-based violence, child marriage, and other harmful practices must be addressed with renewed commitment. Protecting the rights and dignity of women and girls must remain central to our national development agenda. Over the years, the women have demonstrated that they can lead effectively, manage resources responsibly, build successful enterprises, protect peace and transformation. We appreciate the President of the Republic of Uganda for the fact that he has trusted women to the extent of giving us the position of the Vice President in this country, the position of the Speaker, the position of the Prime Minister. We cannot thank the President enough. That trust he has given us, many cabinet ministers, many state ministers, we have actually, and we appreciate what the President has done to the women of this country. We humbly request His Excellency to again consider increasing the number of women in leadership and decision-making positions. Women across this country have demonstrated discipline, loyalty, competence, and commitment in implementing government programs and mobilizing communities with greater responsibility in leadership. Women will deliver even more for our nation. We commit. Our chief guests, the women of Uganda, remain firmly committed to protecting the peace, stability, and development that this country has achieved over the years. We stand ready to continue mobilizing our communities, supporting government programs, and contributing to the prosperity of our nation. As we conclude, we want to thank the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, our ministers, thank you so much, our Secretariat, thank you, our peers, thank you for the technical advice, Mr. Chibenge, and the NOC members that have made sure that this function is a success. Let me once again welcome all of you, but in a special way, allow me to thank the women of Kampala. Kampala women, thank you so much for coming. The women from Kayunga. I also come from Kayunga. Ajita Tajiwomia. The women from Kamuli. Yes, the women from Rubirizi. The women from West Nile. We have women from Wachiso. We have women from Ruchiga. And women council leaders from Wachiso sub-county. And I have said all this for God and my country. May God bless you.
As you dance, you are free to dance and enjoy the rest of the day. As you walk back to your seats, Women over there in the Women Council fraternity is cheering their chairperson and their leaders. Thank you so much for the role played. She had the right to make a very long speech because she had gathered so much information. I wish to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the head of public service, Mrs. Lucy Nachobe Mbonye, head of public service. We want to thank you so much and appreciate your usual attendance of these celebrations. The chairperson of the Constitutional Commission, Winnie Kabogoza Musoke. Thank you so much for attending this important occasion of women. Reverend Dr. Professor Rubogo, Education Service Commission, and all the other members of the Education Service Commission, thank you so much for coming to grace this occasion. Ms. Jenny Mwesugwa, Chasimire, Deputy Head of Public Service, thank you so much for also coming here. The heads of departments from all the other ministries and government agencies, thank you for coming. I forgot to recognize my brother and colleague, Honorable Magodo James Kuya, Minister of State, East African Community. Thank you for coming to grace this occasion. They are new firebrand members of Parliament elect. Wherever you are, please stand up for recognition. The newly elected members of Parliament, even if you are coming back for the third, fourth time, for as long as you have just been newly elected, congratulations. Oh, I can see that the former chairperson of the Women League. Yes, she's here with us. She's putting on proper yellow from A to Z. She's over there. Congratulations, my sister, for making it to Parliament. But I want also to thank in a special way the members of Parliament, the sitting members of Parliament, the women sitting members of Parliament. Where are you located? Tamwegenda. I'm told next month, 24th, midnight, we shall be concluded that term of office. I wish to recognize you in a very special way. You have made a very formidable team in supporting legislations that lead towards gender equality and women empowerment. And all the men that you come along with, male members of Parliament, wherever you are located, please stand up for recognition. All the male members of Parliament who have come to join us today. Thank you so much for coming. There is one over there in the middle, and another one. Oh, those are male champions. Please thank them and clap for them, because they have recognized our day and they are here for us. I also want to recognize my sister, Madam Grace Caballo, the Secretary General of the Pan-African Women Organization of the African Union. Thank you very much for taking Uganda abroad. At least on that scene, we have seen you there for us. Reverend Professor Dr. Florence Isabirye, Mulanga, whenever you hear the word Mulanga, then you know they talk. She's the Director General, Presidential Initiative on Banana Industrial Development. The talker lady is here. The powder talker is here. You don't have to carry a whole branch with all its feathers, with all its leaves. Please, as those who are going to New York, go over there and carry the talker in just a pack. 1 kilogram, 3 kilograms, and take to the people in New York. So she's here. Where is she? Madam, I saw you somewhere, and I want you to step forward. Dr. Mulanga, wherever you are located, please, we appreciate the innovative role you have played in the development of the toke to the international market. It will be easier for us to carry abroad. I want to thank you so much for it. I would wish to request now the director, the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Leonard Zuru, to step forward and make a statement on behalf of the development partners we have worked closely with in driving the gender equality and women's empowerment agenda. Please step forward with your team and make a statement. We have been happy and privileged to work with you. All our diplomatic members here, you have played a very fundamental role And I like the way you are coordinated. You make one statement, you move in a team, you walk straight, you work in partnership in everything. Please step forward. The platform is yours. Is he here? We have developed a system in Uganda on working on a tune. So whenever we are working, we dance a bit. So it will be kind of you to just shake a bit as you walk towards here, so that people know that you are working in celebration, not in agony. Congratulations. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I can't have the umbrella with the ladies not having an umbrella, so we won't have an umbrella. Okay. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, honorable ministers present, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of France next to me, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners and members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished development partners, honorable members of parliament, representatives from civil society and the private sector, colleagues from the United Nations, and they are here with me. They will introduce themselves just now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we make our two-part statements, I will first of all ask my colleagues who are here to introduce themselves. The Ambassador of France will be last because she will make a short statement on behalf of the development partners, and then I'll proceed to speak on behalf of the United Nations country team in Uganda. The ladies in my team have elected me to speak today. I wanted to say no, maybe it should be only ladies speaking. They said no, you are the coordinator of the United Nations country team, so you will speak on our behalf. So let them come. Maybe we start with UN Women, UNFPA, UNDP, and then the Ambassador of France, please.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo, happy International Women's Day. My name is Paulina Chiwangu. I am the country representative of UN Women, the entity which leads gender equality and women empowerment within the UN. Thank you.
My name is Christine Blockus. I am the representative of UNFPA. Happy International Women's Day.
And my name is Wande Wedobaho. I am the resident representative for UNDP and UN Capital Development Fund. Happy International Women's Day.
So I am Virginie Leroy and I'm the French ambassador to Uganda. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Madam Prime Minister and State Ministers of Uganda, Lord Justice and members of the Judiciary, Honorable members of the Parliament of Uganda, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representative of the United Nations agencies, distinguished development partners, and distinguished guests from your respective capacities, all protocol observed. It is a great honor to stand before you today representing Team Europe and the Gender Development Partners Group in Uganda. We are today gathered to commemorate International Women's Day 2026 and to celebrate the achievements, leadership, and resilience of women and girls across Uganda. I wish to express sincere appreciation to the government of Uganda for convening this important national celebration under the theme Scaling Up Investment to Accelerate Access to Justice for All Women and Girls in Uganda. This thematic this year speaks directly to one of the fundamental pillars of inclusive and sustainable societies. Without justice systems that truly serve anyone, access to justice is not only a legal principle, it is a practical reality that we have to work on. It determines whether women and girls can live free from violence, effectively claim for their rights, and participate fully and equally in the social, economic, and political life of their country. International Women's Day is also a moment of collective reflection and renewed commitment, a commitment to ensure that rights and equality are not theory, but reality. European partners, and France as part of them, are proud to stand alongside Uganda and its institutions, civil society organizations, in advancing gender equality and empowering women and girls as a cornerstone of sustainable development. Together, we pursue a strong feminist diplomacy, placing gender equality at the core of the cooperation policy and whole programs. Because feminist diplomacy is not about ideology. It's about rights. It's about evidence. And most of us, it's about impact. It's a tremendous accelerator to reach the Sustainable Development Goals: poverty reduction, livelihoods improvement, education, health, justice, economic growth, social inclusion, resilience to climate change, and peace building. Distinguished guests, today let us reaffirm the shared conviction: access to justice is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right that must be accessible, affordable, and responsive from the north to the south, from the east to the west, in urban areas like in rural communities of Uganda, in other countries, and in all the countries in the globe. When women and girls access justice, education, health services, and economic opportunities, as it was said before, entire societies thrive. As Gender Development Partners Group, we commend Uganda's continued efforts to strengthen the legal and policy framework for gender equality and the protection of women and girls. We commend the government of Uganda for its commitments to advancing gender equality. We commend the work of institutions across the justice, law, and order sector that continue to expand services and improve responsiveness. At the same time, we must recognize significant challenges remain. According to the Ugandan Police Force Annual Crime Report, in 2024, over 218,000 crimes were reported, including more than 14,000 cases of domestic violence and over 14,000 sexual offenses. And we do know that it is just a little part of the reality. Furthermore, nearly 1 of 2 women in Uganda have experienced physical violence from the age of 15. This is not good. Women and girls continue to disproportionately bear the burden of violence, remaining the major victims across reported cases. This context reminds us that access to justice goes beyond legislation. It requires effective institutions, accessible services, and meaningful support to survivors. While progress has been made in investigation and prosecution, these figures highlight the relevance for sustained investment in justice system, legal aid, and survival support mechanism. Scaling up investment in justice system is therefore essential by strengthening public institutions, building confidence, and fortifying inclusive development. Because behind each statistic is a woman and a girl, a member of our family, a member of our communities, a member of our countries, whose rights must be protected and whose voice must be heard. Particular attention is needed to those most at risk of exclusion from justice, including vulnerable rural women, adolescent girls, and women with disabilities. Uganda's continued generosity in hosting one of the largest refugee populations in Africa exemplifies national solidarity. Many refugees, women and girls have been displaced. They are among the most vulnerable to gender-based violence. Ensuring refugees access to justice and protection services is therefore essential, part of the building of an inclusive system that leaves no one behind. The Gender Development Partners Group in Uganda, including Team Europe, UN Women, UNFPA, remains strongly committed in working hand-to-hand with public institutions. We hold support programs that strengthen prevention and response to gender-based violence, and initiatives that promote women's economic empowerment, recognizing that economic independence is often essential for women to seek justice and exercise their rights. But transforming social norms is also essential to achieving gender equality. I'm glad, as the French ambassador to Uganda, to be part of the Women Ugandan 2025 Plus movement. This is a movement that was set up by my colleague, the director, the country representative for UN Women, and my colleague, the ambassador to Netherlands. Together, female heads of diplomatic missions, UN partners, and male change makers from various sectors, including the government of Uganda, we do reaffirm that gender equality is a concrete driver of development in Uganda. This initiative seeks to advance, together with our +1 male changemaker, which I proudly salute today in the assistance. We do believe that women's economic empowerment, reproductive health, women's leadership intensify efforts to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Because men must be part of the movement, not as bystanders, but as allies, because gender equality is a shared responsibility. So Women Uganda 2025 Plus movement aims at translate commitments into measurable results. Your Excellency, Madam the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacity, while progress on gender equality has been remarkable in many parts of the world, we cannot ignore that this progress is uneven. Globally, women remain represented in decision-making spaces. At the same time, we are witnessing a growing backlash against gender equality and women's rights. These dynamics remind us that progress is never irreversible, and that strong rule of law and committed partnerships are essential to safeguard and advance the rights of women and girls everywhere. Advancing justice for all women and girls requires collective effort, continued leadership from governance institutions, sustained investment from development partners, engagement of civil society, and last but not least, active participation of local communities, including men and boys, because gender is a systematic matter. When women claim their rights, families and communities are stronger. When institutions serve all citizens fairly, trust grows. When women participate fully in economic and public life, development intensifies. And when women and girls live free from violence and discrimination, society becomes more peaceful and resilient. We call all stakeholders, governments, development partners, civil societies, communities, and the private sector to invest boldly in justice institutions and services that are accessible to all women and girls. Threaten legal aid and community-based justice initiatives so that no female survivors are left behind. Thirdly, promote women's leadership and economic empowerment as a robust pathway to stronger participation in justice and governance processes. We also comment to encourage a society where the rule of law, accountability, and respect for women and more broadly human rights are experienced in every community. And finally, to engage men and boys as partners, as actors in the fight against gender-based violence and discrimination. On behalf of the international community, we strongly reaffirm our continued commitment to advancing justice, promoting gender equality, creating economic opportunities, and sustain health services for all women and girls in Uganda. Let this International Women's Day 2026 serve as a renewed call to action to turn policy, investment, and commitment into tangible and measurable change. Together, let us encourage a future in which every woman and every girl can live in dignity, exercise her rights, and realize her full potential for Uganda. Happy 2026 International Women's Day for all women, girls, and I would say men and boys living in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President, today we celebrate the leadership, resilience, and transformative contribution of the women and girls of Uganda. This is a moment to reaffirm that gender equality is much more than an aspiration. It is a legal obligation and a prerequisite for sustainable development and lasting peace and development. This year's global theme, Rights, Justice, Action for all women and girls, is a clear call to move from commitments to concrete results, to ensure that justice is real accessible, and effective in the daily lives of women and girls. Uganda's national theme, scaling up investment to accelerate access to justice for all women and girls in Uganda, speaks directly to this global call. It reflects a clear national understanding that justice is the foundation upon which equality, peace, and sustainable development are built. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, access to justice. A woman can report violence without fear of retaliation. It means that a girl has the right to inherit property without discrimination, that a woman can have access to and control land, financing, extension services, and technology. It means that a woman living in a rural district, a refugee settlement, or an informal urban community can claim her rights without facing stigma, cost barriers, or procedural obstacles. It also requires fair law, responsive institutions, and systems that people can trust. It means ensuring that women participate fully and equally in leadership, especially in political and justice sector decision-making. And it means standing firm on zero tolerance for abuse, corruption, and impunity, including preventing sexual exploitation and abuse while ensuring strong accountability and protecting the dignity and rights of women and girls at all times. Justice must be available, accessible, affordable, and responsive to the realities of those who are most at risk of being left behind: rural women, women with disabilities, adolescent girls, older women, women in hard-to-reach areas, women in situations of displacement, women facing economic deprivation, and those facing intersecting forms of discrimination. For women and girls with disabilities, this includes protection from heightened risks of gender-based violence, accessible reporting mechanisms, reasonable accommodation in legal proceedings, and, above all, equal recognition before the law. Access to justice is therefore not only a legal matter, but also a development imperative, a human rights obligation, and a cornerstone of peace and stability. Uganda has demonstrated commendable leadership in aligning national priorities with the 2030 Agenda, particularly in advancing Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality and Sustainable Development Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. These commitments are affirmed in national frameworks, such as the 4th National Development Plan, the Parish Development Model, and constitutional provisions on gender equality. Uganda has also made commendable strides in protecting women's participation in governance through affirmative action policies, reserved seats in parliament and local government, and increased representation of women in public institutions. We particularly commend the judiciary and justice institutions where women now constitute nearly half of the judicial workforce. Their work embodies the commitment to leave no one behind, ensuring that every individual can claim their rights and be heard. While important progress has been made, sustained investment and targeted action remain essential. Priority areas include strengthening gender sensitivity across the justice chain, particularly among the police, prosecutors, and judicial officers. Expanding access to legal aid, with the long-debated legal aid law offering an important opportunity to institutionalize and scale service provision and enhancing alternative dispute resolution services in rural and refugee hosting districts. Continued efforts are also needed to address case backlogs through digital and mobile justice innovations, while ensuring internet connectivity to ease youth. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations, together with the government of Uganda and partners such as Austria, the Netherlands, and the European Union, have registered results in advancing Uganda's justice and gender equality agenda through practical programs and strong partnerships. Among the results of these commitments are the following. The special gender-based violence sessions have reduced case backlog, disposing of 4,500 sexual and gender-based violence cases, and increased the conviction rates from 20% to 80%. I repeat, from 20% to 80%. Access to justice has expanded geographically through the creation of 40 high court circuits and the revival of local council courts to complement the formal justice system. In addition, catalytic investments have been made in advancing digital justice innovations, legal empowerment and capacity building for judges, prosecutors, court clerks, police and probation officers. The Spotlight Initiative, jointly implemented by the United Nations and supported by the European Union and the Netherlands under the auspices of the Ministry of Gender, continues to address violence against women and girls through supporting legal reform, institutional strengthening, and community transformation. Despite our collective efforts, however, too many women and girls still face systematic barriers throughout the justice journey, from reporting violations to securing enforcement of judgments. Harmful social norms, fear of stigma and retaliation, and unfair working conditions and limited legal awareness among communities continue to limit access to justice for many, especially in rural areas and refugee settlements. That is why, as the United Nations, we are proud today to join the government of Uganda in launching the Female Genital Mutilation Strategy, with the shared ambition of making Uganda the first country to reduce FGM cases to 0 by 2030. And the National Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence, which stands as a powerful demonstration of what collective action can achieve when governments, development partners, civil society, and among communities come together with a shared purpose. We must be mindful that justice also begins long before a case reaches a courtroom. True justice begins in our homes, our schools, our workplaces, and our communities. It begins in schools where girls are taught to know their rights, and when boys are raised to respect gender equality. It starts in community equality. It starts in communities where leaders speak out against violence and exclusion. In a nation where young people form the majority, investing in girls' legal literacy, education, economic and job opportunities is one of the most powerful investments that you can make. Uganda can also take this forward as part of its national development strategy. The United Nations country team in Uganda remains steadfast in our commitment to work alongside the government and the people of Uganda. Together with civil society and cultural and religious leaders, development partners, we will continue to support gender-responsive legal reforms, strengthen gender-based violence survivor-centered services, promote women's leadership in peace and governance, and ensure women's rights at work, and advance an inclusive justice system that truly leaves no one behind. On this International Women's Day, let us therefore commit to building together a Uganda where justice is not a privilege, but a guaranteed right for every woman and girl, without discrimination, without delay, and without exception. Happy International Women's Day to all the women and girls of Uganda. I thank you very much for your kind attention. And I thank my colleagues who are up here and the minister who's overseeing that we finish our speeches as quickly as possible. I thank them for their patience and resilience. Thank you. Shows leadership. Thank you very much, Madam Minister.
Thank you very much, Country Coordinator UN. We have had a good, long deliberation, and they have recognized the support the Uganda government has given towards women empowerment. We thank you so much. And as you return, I would wish to invite the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to come and make her statement. You can walk majestically, you may wish to dance, you may wish to give her a tune. Please give her a very nice tune. Our own minister has been there, and that is known for her. Please stand up and dance with her as she walks here. I know she knows how to do it in a natural way. And as she comes, I would wish to recognize the presence of the former Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Kavuma Stephen. Thank you so much for gracing this important occasion. I would also wish to recognize the presence of the Mufti of Uganda, His Eminence Movaje is around in in person. Thank you so much for coming here. His Eminence Metropolitan Generous Muzei, thank you so much for coming. Dr. Moses Odong, General Overseer, Archbishop of National Fellowship, Born Again Pentecostal Churches, thank you for coming. Honorable Betty Among is dancing majestically. Please give her a big hand of applause. She has led us very well. In this space, she has been there for us. Thank you so much as we dance along.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, and the former Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Chairperson of the National Women Council and the National Women Council chairpersons from the districts and the cities of Uganda, religious and cultural leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I was seated, there was someone seriously reminding the Vice President that if she is not recognized, she might make life very difficult for the Vice President when the Vice President is speaking. So can I recognize Acham Teddy, the elder, the friend to His Excellency the President, and the great mobilizers. You can stand there and wave. You can stand there and wave to the people, and you can go back. You stand and wave. I think people know Acham, especially those who come from Teso. If the president is somewhere and you don't find her, it might be, thank you, Acham. Okay. Your Excellency, the Vice President, it is my honor to welcome you in a special way as our chief guest today at the International Women's Day, as our Vice President an unable vice president at that, who has chaired and steered the cabinet for all these 5 years we have been with you. Thank you for coming. Excellencies, International Women's Day is celebrated to remember the struggle that women and men throughout the world worked hard, struggled to achieve women's empowerment. It is a day that we celebrate the gains that we have made and reflect on the agenda that still remains to be done. We celebrate the struggle, the courage of all the women who are determined, the ordinary rural women who have worked tirelessly to feed their families, to educate their children, to anchor Uganda as a society, because without the family, Uganda does not have a foundation. And without the women, there is no family. So celebrate your day with the vibe, because you are the foundation of this country. This is a day we also call on action that needs to be done to accelerate progress for gender equality. In a special way, Your Excellency the Vice President, on Friday, we had a very successful women convention that brought women from all the districts. The women chairperson of all the districts and cities were in this meeting. We had civil society, we had development partners. Again, yesterday, we had the Women Council meeting, and the chairperson has communicated most of the resolution. But Your Excellency, these two meetings had a resounding resolution that the women request you to pass to His Excellency the President, that the women of Uganda congratulate His Excellency the President for the win in the presidential election, and again, yesterday, to be the chairperson of the East African Community Summit chairperson, a well-deserved position, because His Excellency the President is always talking about East African integration and African integration. We request you to pass the congratulations of the women of Uganda. Your Excellency, the women's agenda in Uganda has traveled a remarkable journey from grassroots activism, where the first Women's Day was celebrated in 1984 in State House, just in State House. But today we celebrate it as a day that we have had a long journey of over 40 years, and we have achieved much that requires us to celebrate today. That journey has not been a journey that many of us have earned on a silver plate. The women has earned with struggle, with caucusing, with engagement. And therefore, at the heart of this has been education for the girl child. I think majority of us seated here today, if not for education, we will not be where we are. So at the center of that is education and economic empowerment for women, which we have achieved much. Your Excellency, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development focuses on key programs that has delivered women and girls to achieve freedom and self-empowerment. We are coordinating efforts with the ministries, development partners, civil society organizations, and the private sector to achieve the goal of women's empowerment. We are dedicated to promoting programs that eliminate poverty, empower women economically, and ensure that women's standards of living are improved, because we believe that economically independent women can challenge discrimination and protect themselves and their children from injustices. Your Excellency, some of the key programs that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development has driven and achieved includes Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program. When you were at the exhibition, you saw the number of women exhibiting because of the money supported through the government program called OWEP. We have the YLP, the Youth Livelihood Program, where the young women have also benefited. We have the program called Youth Venture Capital Fund. We have a program which is also called Juakali, which supports women and youth with capital to start their businesses. And I want to request the women who have benefited from GROW. They are here because a lot of times people are saying that GROW is not so much known, but can we have the women who have benefited from GROW to stand up? The GROW women, they are here. The GROW loan, unfortunately, is only for women who have businesses and want to grow. Thank you. We also brought to Cabinet the program of ensuring that the PDM was engendered by reserving 30% of the PDM money for women. And indeed, Cabinet agreed and integrated the quota of 30% of all the money under PDM to be reserved for women. The statistics, Your Excellency, that we are now having is that PDM women have benefited now more than men. At 51.7% of the beneficiaries are women. So we want to congratulate His Excellency the President for the PDM, and all of us under the leadership of Right Honorable Prime Minister. She has been ensuring that we monitor PDM and ensure that all the money is being utilized correctly. Today's theme, scaling investments. Scaling investments to accelerate justice for all women and girls is very, very vital for all the women seated here, irrespective of your education. Because I know most of the women, one way or another, has faced gender-based violence, whether physically or psychologically, more than the men. Therefore, we celebrate some of the achievements that have been encountered in justice sector, the establishment of specialized courts for gender-based violence cases, introduction of community-based paralegals, which has improved access to justice, legal aid services that has been expanded up to the rural area. Many people are accessing justice through our partners like FIDA, training of justice law and other sector actors, where handling of gender-based violence cases has been enhanced, political participation of women that has enabled Parliament to enact laws that are supported and enhance women's economic and social justice. Some of these laws are very important, and I want to highlight, we have been at the center of some of these. The Equal Opportunities Act of 2010. This act gives effect to the state's constitutional mandate to eliminate discrimination and inequalities against any individual or group of persons on the ground of sex, age, race, color, ethnic origin, tribe, birth, creed, or religion. The Equal Opportunities Commission has enabled women to achieve their rights. Persons with Disability Act, the Children's Act as amended, and the Older Persons Act All this act protects the rights of persons with disability, children, and older persons. The Public Finance Management Act of 2015 places gender and equity at the heart of Uganda's microeconomic policy by acquiring and ensuring that all ministries, departments, and agencies and local governments integrate in their plans and budgets priorities of women. And when you do this, your budget cannot pass in Parliament. And with this, the Equal Opportunities Commission and Ministry of Finance issue what we call the Gender and Equity Certificate, which provides accountability mechanism that ensures public resources are allocated fairly and inclusively, therefore enhancing economic justice for women. The Employment Act of 2006 and the regulations requires that all employers with more than 25 employees put measures in place to prevent workplace violence, ensuring fair work environments and giving workers legal ground to seek redress, and ensuring that in offices they display gender and sexual related violence policy for anybody to read. So this has also enhanced and accelerated justice in areas of employment. The Land Act, as amended, safeguards the rights of women, children, and persons with disability in relation to customary land while restricting transfer of land without spousal consent. So these days, a man cannot go to a bank and borrow money without, if it's matrimonial land or property, without the consent of a woman. These provisions protect women from dispossession, uphold their property rights, and provide legal mechanism to challenge unfair practices, accelerating access to justice in land ownership and inheritance. The Succession Amendment Act of 2022, one of the most important legislation that we can cite for justice. This has advanced access to justice by aligning succession law with constitutional provisions on gender equality, by ensuring fair distribution of property to both male and female dependents. So if you now have children and you die, this law will say all your children, the property will be divided equally. It also recognizes spouses in the distribution of property of the deceased. It also refined the definition of customary heir or heiress to remove discrimination. In the old law, it was only the heir. Now, in this amendment of 2022, it is heir or heiress. So, if somebody dies, you can now leave even your daughter as your heiress. It used not to be. This is very important. The Act strengthens women's ownership rights and security of tenure, protect women and girls from dispossession and gender-based violence, while giving very clear legal grounds to claim inheritance and property rights. In doing that, this is one of the law that has dismantled long-standing barriers in succession matters and accelerated access to justice for women and girls across Uganda. Other laws like Domestic Violence Act, Female Genital Mutilations Act, Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, all these laws enable women to enjoy their rights and removes the social norms, for example, of making traditional practices like female genital mutilation to be recognized, and now it is outlawed. Institutionally, Your Excellency, the government has established special units that have reinforced justice, law and order, ministries and agencies on access to justice for women and children. These include Gender and Children Desk within Uganda Police Force, Gender, Children and Sexual Offences Department at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Gender Focal judge at the judiciary, and the family and children courts that use gender-sensitive and child-friendly procedure in adjudication of cases. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is working with partners and institutions to ensure better coordination in handling cases affecting women and girls. The ministry has strengthened also collaboration with partners, and I want to thank our partners who just spoke here, the European Union, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Austria, and other non-state actors. We are delivering gender equality and empowerment of women and girls with the support of UN Joint Program on Prevention and Response of GBV. The government has handled special court sessions in most parts of the country for offenses of murder, aggravated defilement, rape, trafficking in children and persons with disability, with a view of fast-tracking and hearing gender-based cases in a way that does not cause backlog. The special court session has contributed to reducing case backlog and great improvement in conviction rate, especially capital offenses such as aggravated defilement, murder, GBV, rape, and so on. The Ministry of Gender has successfully implemented programs for reduction of gender-based violence. We have a program with partners called the Spotlight Initiative, the Gender for Development in Uganda program, and GOU-UNFPA program to end gender-based violence, which has been instrumental in advancing efforts to combat gender-based violence in 51 districts across the country. The ministry and partners have addressed harmful social norms, provided quality services to gender-based violence survivors, safety and protection measures, improved gender-based violence data collection, supported child mothers, second chance education, and here I want to thank the First Lady, who is our chairperson for the Second Chance Education Initiative and post-COVID program for ensuring that those who got pregnant can go back to school. The policy has been implemented, and many girls, some of them have sat exam even when they are pregnant. Some of them, even when they give birth in the middle of examination, they are allowed to go back and sit exam. I think this is a very, very progressive policy. In the judiciary, Your Excellency, the Vice President, we would like you to thank and send our appreciation to His Excellency, the President, for the good track record of appointing women in key positions of leadership, not only in politics, in cabinet, and in permanent secretary job, where in cabinet we are at 44, in permanent secretary, I think we are now 48 permanent secretaries, but in the judiciary, women constitute 51% of judicial officers in Uganda. I think this deserves a big hand clap, and I want to thank the incoming Chief Justice that today we celebrate one of the most progressive lady. We have been with her. She has been presenting every year when we go to New York to account to the UN the contribution of Uganda, the achievement of Uganda. We have been traveling with her, and she has been talking about sexual and gender-based violence cases. She has been a DPP, but today we celebrate Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, who has been appointed as the principal judge responsible for supervising all the High Court and Magistrates Court in Uganda. We congratulate you, our sister, and we know you are going to make us proud. Your Excellency, we still have few challenges which today requires us to recommit our energy, to recommit ourselves to addressing. There is high case dismissal of gender-based violence due to several factors, including delayed trials, poor forensic evidence preservation, no witness protection. You know, for women, sexual offenses, people fear to testify in open court. I'm glad that now the witness protection is being piloted. There's delayed prosecution. Many witnesses fail to come to court to be a witness to sexual or defilement cases. Most of defilement cases end up going back to be solved at home in a traditional way, and most of them will say, you married the girl since you have already impregnated her. Those are challenges that are still prevailing, and some of these requires us to do much more. Case management is also undermined by wide capacity gaps within the judiciary and other justice chain institutions like Office of the Director of Prosecution, Uganda Police, the Criminal Investigation Directorate. These institutions are understaffed. They don't have enough financial budget. In most cases, when you have a case, you go to police, police might not even have fuel to go and start investigation. So we require that we need to ensure staffing and also financing so that women who cannot afford will have quick and efficient response to all the cases. There are still laws and practices in Uganda that discriminate against women. The marriage and divorce issue, ownership, land and property, we need to hype and make sure that the laws are implemented. Negative social norms which conflict with the laws. Practices like child marriages. I always see Honorable Peace struggling to run around because somebody has called and said they have just married or they are forcing a girl to get married and she's 14. And these cases are very, very common, especially in Western Uganda, particularly in Ankole, because the girls, they drink milk, they look very healthy, and somebody who is 13, 14 is being forced to get married. So these cultural, customary norms are still persisting, which requires work. Female genital mutilation, although there is law, there are still people who strongly believe that if you don't undergo that initiation, you are not a woman. So even for educated women, they will fear to talk about it because of the culture. So some of this contradicts statutory law and makes the law be subservient to the actual practice. Inheritance and issues around ensuring that court process, the time frames of processing court issues, the language. Sometimes these women, they don't know the official language in court. So issues of language, issues of sign language still limits access to justice for marginalized groups and uneducated groups, and economic barriers undermines women's access to many issues around justice. Your Excellency, I want to conclude by saying government of Uganda has made a lot of progress. We have pending laws that we need to push as women of Uganda: the Sexual Offences Bill, the Marriage Bill, the Witness Protection Bill, and the Legal Aid Bill, which is still pending, but at various stages needs to be fast-tracked. The justice sector needs to take deliberate efforts to clear case backlog on defilement and aggravated defilement and gender-based violence. And the judiciary will have to work hand in hand to simplify the processes of the court, to make it more friendly to the women and make the victims have support for witness protection, and all the other reforms that are within the judiciary. We will work hand in hand with the judiciary to ensure that we make these reforms so that access to justice is achieved for all women and girls. With that, Your Excellency, I want to conclude by saying the women of Uganda stand firmly in support of the vision of His Excellency the President and yourself, the strategic plan for development, and that through investment in key economic sector and essential services, justice for women will be delivered. We thank His Excellency the President for the political will that has created opportunities for women and girls to enjoy their rights. And with that, I want to thank you for your continued commitment and grace and hard work that has made Ugandans know that when you put a woman in a position, the woman performs. Your Excellency, you have performed as a Vice President. When you go out there to represent His Excellency the President abroad, we see you, how graceful you are. You have made women proud. I thank you, and with that, I want now to take the singular honor to invite you, Your Excellency, to deliver your speech and address the nation. Thank you for God and my country.
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, all members of Cabinet present, Your Lordship, the Principal Judge, Excellencies, the Ambassadors, High Commissioners, members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleagues, members of Parliament present, the religious leaders, the cultural leaders, the former national leaders, notably the Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, His Lordship Stephen Kavuma, General Kale Kaihura, the Head of Service, Madam Lucy Nachobe, and all senior government officials, the Deputy CDF, and all the security chiefs from the UPDF, the police, and the prisons, the chairperson of the National Women Council, and all the leaders of National Women Council at all levels, the UN Resident Coordinator and all your team, all NRM leaders in your respective ranks, members of the media, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate all the women of Uganda, and indeed all the people of Uganda, on this special day, when we are yet again commemorating the International Women's Day. Let us clap for ourselves and let us celebrate our day with confidence, because we have the peace and the tranquility. I thank the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development upon the successful organization of today's commemoration, and I sincerely thank you for the warm welcome you accorded me this morning when I arrived here. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Minister of Education and Sports. They all wish us very well in this celebration, They may not be with us physically, but they are with us in spirit, and they asked me to convey their warm regards to all of you, and indeed to all the people of Uganda. Let me also join the leaders that I have requested and thanked the people of Uganda for the overwhelming victory and support which you extended to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the NRM in the just recently concluded national elections. We thank you very much as elected leaders for exercising your mandate and electing all the leaders at all levels to serve you. We are sincerely very thankful to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have already learned through the media and other government communication channels, His Excellency the President is in Arusha, Tanzania, where he was elected the chair of the East African Community. Join me in congratulating His Excellency the President upon assuming the chairship of the East African Community. Against that background, therefore, he delegated me to come here to deliver to you his message and indeed to all the people of Uganda. And before I deliver to you his message, let me also assure all of you, including Hajat Farida, the Chairperson Women Council, the UN Resident Commissioner and your team, the Minister of Gender, that all the messages you have expressed here, which are directly meant to be conveyed to His Excellency the President, will be integrated into a report and will be relayed to the highest destination, and that is to His Excellency the President's office. I shall promise you that as a woman, we shall pursue for the feedback together up to the logical conclusion. I thank the parade commander and her team for putting up such a spectacular march past parade. Thank you very much for entertaining us, including the members of the band. Let me now read to you the message of His Excellency the President. I thank the exhibitors when I was going through the stalls, and they are demonstrating that a lot of progress is being made in wealth and job creation through government programs. The message of His Excellency the President goes as follows. Fellow countrymen, countrywomen, and especially the Bazukulu, the International Women's Day is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the significant role played by women and girls in our families, local communities, and the country at large. I therefore want to thank you all for using this occasion to highlight the contribution of women and girls in all the spheres of life. This year's celebration is being held under the theme, Scaling Up Investment to Accelerate Access to Justice for All Women and Girls in Uganda. The real key to development lies in cultivating the inherent potential of all people, both men and women. In 1986, when the NRM came to power, we were able to observe that although women formed more than 50% of the total population of 14 million Ugandans, their full potential was not fully realized on account of their lack of education, lack of opportunities, chronic ill health, and early death. Women were trapped in a very disadvantaged position, despite the fact that they were at the center of the subsistence economy, and also provided at least half of the labor for producing the few cash crops. The NRM fought the suppression of women and other groups that faced marginalization on account of historical and cultural factors by doing the following. First and foremost, guaranteeing education access for all at primary, secondary levels, i.e., UPE and USE. This was a fundamental empowerment of the girl child because once somebody is educated, he or she cannot easily be suppressed. That was the real beginning of our reforms. In the past, when the family had to make a choice because of limited family income as to who should go to school, it would be the girl child who stayed home, while the boy child attended school. Therefore, when we introduced free education for all, those who benefited in a special way were the girls because they are the ones who are kept at home as the resources were concentrated on the boys. It is a mother's level of education and access to information which will decide whether or not she will go for a tetanus vaccination in pregnancy, whether a trained person will be present at birth, whether she knows about the advantages of breastfeeding, whether foods will be cooked in the most appropriate way, whether water will be boiled and hands washed, whether bouts of diarrhea will be treated by administration of fluids and foods, whether a child will be weighed or vaccinated, and whether there will be an adequate interval between birth. Therefore, education and skilling of the girl child is an effective method of empowering not only women, but the entire society. Secondly, we introduced positive discrimination in favor of women to bring the women to the fore. For instance, for university entry, we have the 1.5 additional points given to girls. Women are free to stand for any elective office, but they also have additional seats which they compete for. That way, we have been able to increase their numbers in public office. And women have proved to be better leaders and managers than men. During our resistance against dictatorships, we treated everyone equally. And I found the women to be much more resolute than many men. Thirdly, in order to provide justice to women, we introduced big punishments for rape and defilement. This was aimed at protecting the women who are the victims of these crimes. And last but not least, we have also fought against inhuman cultural practices that undermine the dignity of women, such as female genital mutilation, early marriages, wife inheritance, wife beating, etc. The above measures have been buttressed by the NRM's poverty eradication programs, which are aimed at creating wealth and jobs at the household level. When the families get out of poverty through commercial farming, manufacturing, services, and ICT, it is easier to address the remaining challenges faced by women. When families become wealthy, they are able to educate all their children. Therefore, families getting out of poverty is a good base for solving many problems. The NRM government has put in place the necessary socio-economic infrastructure to guarantee the profitability of the business enterprises, i.e., enough electricity, good roads, schools, hospitals, peace and security, etc. However, infrastructural development alone is not enough, though it must come first. Development is a collective good for everyone. But wealth and jobs belong to individuals, families, groups, or companies. We should not have spectators in the drive towards increasing household incomes. Finally, I wish you all happy celebrations of International Women's Day 2026. I thank you all. That is a message of His Excellency the President. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency the Vice President, for delivering this very pregnant message from the President. Your Excellency the Vice President, I would kindly request you to allow to launch 3 very important strategic programs: the second National Action Plan on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence 2026-31, to launch the Uganda Gender and Equality Climate Action Strategy 2026-31, and launch the National Strategy on Ending Female Genital Mutilation 2026-31. These important documents are here with us, and we beg you kindly to launch them today as we celebrate this International Women's Day. Along with the launch of the Vice President, I'd request the Country Director, UNFPA, Action Plan, BRAC, and the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the Permanent Secretary to be around to witness this launch. FAO should also be there to represent the launch of the Gender Equality Strategy for Climate Action, and Ministry of Water, Environment, plus Ministry of Gender, and the Prime Minister. We request that you all stand on that line as we launch these very important actionable strategies. We shall begin with the launch of the second National Action Plan on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence. The representative from IPA should also be preparing himself when we go to launch the End of Female Genital Mutilation Action Plan.
Your Excellency, these documents are ready. Your Excellency, we request you to kindly launch the second National Action Plan on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence, 2026-2031. The signature is being apprehended. Ladies, please put your hands together and thank the Vice President for launching this very important National Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Uganda. Thank you very much. The Vice President has already apprehended her signature. I can see the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development apprehend her signature. I can also see the country representative UNFPA doing that. I have now seen our own Majegere signing to launch the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. May I now request that you present Uganda Gender and Equal Climate Strategy Action Plan for signing. I can see the Vice President has apprehended her signature on the Gender Equal Climate Action Strategy. Please thank her for that. FAO, please apprehend your signature. Our own Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja Majegere, has also apprehended her signature. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, please apprehend your signature as well. We now wish to present the National Strategy on Ending Female Genital Mutilation 2026-2031 for your signature or launch. Your Excellency, thank you so much for apprehending your signature on the National Strategy on Ending Female Genital Mutilation 2026-2031. I would also request FAO representative, our own Prime Minister is also apprehending the signature. FAO, please sign on that launch. Now, UNFPA will all join you in signing on the launch of those very three important strategies, all geared towards ending violence against women and girls. And they are present here to take a picture, a memorable picture for the launch of these very important strategies. Congratulations, our development partners, for putting heads together to come up with that action plan. And I also want to thank the responsible ministries for accepting and putting them into the National Action Plan, in the 4th National Action Plan. We thank you so much for that. As we come towards the end of this celebration, there were entertainment groups, 2 entertainment groups. I want to request the 2 of them to come here quickly. Quickly, those 2 entertainment groups should make their way here. Don't think we had forgotten about you. Please come, make your way here, and we'll conclude our celebrations with a dance to really indicate that we are celebrating. There is a lost and found item here. Owoya Sejire Paul, you lost your driving license. It is here, please, wherever you are, come and find your driving license. I'll give it to my sister, Alice Mwanguzi. There is an important activity that we have not done yet that we must do right now. Entertainment groups, make your way near here as we award the medals. I wish to request the Master of Medals ceremony, please kindly come, make your way so that we award the medals to our distinguished people who have been very excellent in supporting gender equality and women's empowerment. I would request this group to stand just behind here shortly. We shall be inviting you as soon as we complete this final activity. just down the platform there. The young ladies, just keep just down there. Wait a minute, we shall invite you. Now, right here, the ceremony, the master of ceremonies for the awards and medals is coming here to recognize eminent persons who have supported the gender equality movement to where it is right now. May you kindly join us and take the platform.
Your Excellency the Vice President, I request to proceed riding on the protocol already ably laid down by previous speakers. I am Brigadier General Richard Kademire, the Master of Ceremony of the Chancery. On this occasion, when we celebrate the International Women's Day, His Excellency the President and Fountain of Honor has pursuant to Section 18 of the National Awards Act 2001, Section 3, awarded medals of various categories to the following 34 distinguished persons. The National Independence Diamond Jubilee Medal. Recipient number 1 is Ms. Naumo Juliana Akorio from Kabong District. Ms. Akorio is a specialist in culture, gender, intangible cultural heritage, and community development. With over 36 years of experience in cultural heritage, she has led the formulation, design, and implementation of culture and creative industry programs at the national level. She serves as the national focal point for the 2003 and 2005 UNESCO conventions. She has served the government of Uganda and the ministry with distinction, and as the head of department, she supervised and mentored staff and provided strategic leadership in culture and family affairs. In 2014, she documented over 65 cultural practices among 4 Ugandan communities: the Alur, the Ik, the Basongora, and Acholi. Next is Ms. Samari Wakoli from Bari District. Ms. Samari Wakoli is an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Uganda, where she has served for the past 20 years. She has successfully prosecuted high-profile capital cases before the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, ensuring justice for victims through all appellate levels. Under her leadership, the ODPP has established 14 special child-friendly rooms. She has played a key role in training police officers on conducting effective investigations, probation officers on supporting victims throughout the justice process, and other stakeholders on handling child-related SGBV cases. Next is Ms. Rita Achiro Lakol from Padere District. Ms. Achiro Lakol is a social development practitioner with additional training in business administration, finance, and accounting. She has 27 years of professional experience and currently serves as the Executive Director of the Uganda Women's Network, the leading national women's rights network in Uganda. Through her leadership, she has coordinated and strengthened the capacities of women leaders across the country in elective politics, public service, the private sector, and civil society. Ms. Akiro Lakor is a nationally and internationally recognized women's leader. She currently serves as the chairperson of the African Women Leaders Network Uganda chapter, an initiative of the African Union. Next is Engineer Namugerwa Prisla Rita from Bukomansim District. Madame Priscilla is an experienced telecommunications engineer with 27 years of professional experience in the engineering sector. She is well versed in the day-to-day operations of modern communication systems and currently serves as a senior officer for telecom authorization at the Uganda Communications Commission. Madame Priscilla led a major UCC project to migrate Uganda's fixed numbering range from 5 and 6-digit numbers to a standardized 7-digit format. Next is Ms. Nachibuka Maxensia Akirambure from Masaka District. Madame Maxensia is a development practitioner with a strong focus on women-led and women-centered initiatives, social justice, and community health for women and children, particularly in the context of HIV/AIDS. Her work emphasizes women's economic empowerment as a pathway to emancipation and increased participation in political and decision-making spaces. Next is Dr. Joyce Namiro Tamare from Rengo District. Dr. Joyce Namiro Tamare is an impact and social investment specialist, governance and strategic leader, financial management professional, and sustainability expert committed to transforming lives through social enterprises across Africa and globally. Next is Ms. Rita Mitara Baraka from Kampala District. Rita Mitara Baraka is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in governance, risk, and financial management. She's a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and an honorary fellow of the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services in recognition of her significant contribution to Uganda's banking sector. Next is Ms. Kasenene Elizabeth. Elizabeth Kasenene is a Ugandan architect and development professional whose career reflects a strong commitment to innovation, women's empowerment, and sustainable growth. In 2025, Elizabeth received the African Union Award at Africa Realization Week in recognition of her innovation in women-led industrialization, particularly for pioneering the first women-led industrial park model. Next recipient is Dr. Patricia Atim Podong from Gulu District. Dr. Atim Podong is a Ugandan academic, human rights activist, and practicing advocate with extensive expertise in human rights law and governance. Next is Ms. Robina Rubimbwa of Mbarara District. Ms. Rubimbwa is a seasoned communicator, policy translator, and women's peace builder with more than 4 decades of experience in education, public service, civil society leadership, and national and international peace building. Next is Honorable Ms. Adrien Kobsinje from Bushenyi District. She's the chairperson of the National Resistance Movement Women League and a member of the Central Executive Committee. Honorable Adrien strongly believes that women are central to Uganda's transformation. She holds that empowered women build strong households, strong households build stable communities, and stable communities build strong nations, positioning women as custodians of Uganda's economic transformation for generations to come. She supports women farmers and grassroots entrepreneurs through mentorship, advocacy, and financial inclusion programs. Next is Ms. Lilian Byarugaba Adriko of Kampala. Madame Lilian is an renowned advocate of the High Court of Uganda with over 19 years of experience in public service and the development sector, specializing in legislative drafting, policy formulation, and administration. Other recipients are Ms. Agnes Ksembo from Rubirizi District, Ms. Namubiru Sylvia Mukasa from Kalungu District, Ms. Mary Mukasa Kalyango from Rural District, Ms. Naba Wumuka Jen Chadondo from Wakiso District, Ms. Kundakwe Rebecca from Bushain District, Ms. Narman Sania from Wakiso District, Assistant Commissioner Kasoro Yahaya, Sergeant Natimo Cecilia, Mrs. Chokwijka Immaculate, Mr. Richard Agaba, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Mugisha Edgar, Ms. Othira Stella Atiano, Ms. Daphne Mindra, Chief Wardress, Grade 1, Ms. Akero Florence, Chief Wardress, Grade 1, Ms. Apollote Evelyn Susan, Ms. Jen Mugenyi, Ms. Amoit Zipola, Resistance Officer Major Lilian Mwine, Lieutenant Robin Kabisha Yondo, Resistance Officer Lieutenant Akor Evelyn, Army Staff Sergeant Charsima Ustina, Ms. Rebecca Florence Nalbega, and that comes the end of the list of the recipients. We wish to thank the Office of the Presidency, the Presidential Awards Committee, and the team at the Chancellery for organizing this ceremony. I submit.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies of the Chancellor of the Ward of Meadows, for the role well played and for organizing our eminent persons that we have pursued the gender equality agenda with. I would now wish to humbly invite the team which is ready to entertain us. They are really only two groups, and these young women, it is something that inspires them to participate on such a platform. Your Excellency, I beg that you allow us, these two teams, to come. As they come, I would wish to recognize Professor George Lenden Ofram, the Chancellor, the Professor of Gulu University, and the staff. They came all the way from Gulu. There are many, and they brought a very big team. Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you for celebrating with us. So the Winterland Primary School, big important women here, please take the floor and entertain us.
Mchana wali
Thank you, Winterland. Please may you headway to the Vice President and take a picture with her. As King David, little boys and girls come over here. Please run quickly in a clear line. Move down to the Vice President. She has asked you to go and take a picture with her. Quickly, quickly, quickly. King David, in only 2 minutes, make your point. These little children have a poem. I've been corrupted to accept them because previously I didn't have them on program. But I don't want to fight with God because the voice of these little children should be my voice. So I have had to accept them to say something. They say they have 2 minutes poem and strictly stick to your time. Please make way. Start. Thank you, Excellency, for accepting these other little children also to come and take a picture with you. Please make way to the Vice President. Make way to Her Excellency, the Vice President, and take a picture with her. King School, thank you so much. There is a group of ladies from Banda, where they overwhelmingly won support for the President. Banda B1 actual quotas. There is a group of women here who say if they are not allowed to dance, they will feel their energy was put to waste. So please come and celebrate with us. And thank you for supporting the NRM. What a powerful dance. Woo! Look at these energies. I want to request you to make way and take a picture with the Vice President. As you dance, move towards the Vice President and take a picture with her, please. It's only the drum that will remain here. The other ones, please go take a picture with the Vice President and we conclude this session. Ladies, we are so grateful for the energies you have exhibited. Thank you very much. Thank you for energizing us. This second one, dance as you leave, as you go to meet the Vice President and take a picture with her. Please, the leader take lead the ladies. The leader, please, lead the ladies in the procession to the Vice President's tent and take a picture with her. The leader, please, lead the ladies to the Vice President. Please clap for them. If you can't dance like them, at least give them a clap and re-energize them. Only the drums should remain here. And thank you for looking very smart. That's what defines an African woman. Let the drums stay. You go and take a picture with Her Excellency the Vice President. Leave the sticks of the drum, go and take a picture with the Vice President of this country. And we move towards the end of our ceremony. As we come to the end of the ceremony, we are now posing for a picture with our Acholi group in Banda. Perfect picture. They're already showing signs of the NRM support. Congratulations. Thank you for making us proud in Kampala. Congratulations. And now we call upon the band to lead us into the anthems. The band, please. the band for taking us through. We have come at the end of today's ceremony. We want to thank Your Excellency the Vice President for accepting to be with us. We are going to depart in the reverse order, beginning with the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. But we want to thank her so much for being there for us. And as we bring all legislations towards about women, she's been very, very supportive, both in the cabinet, in parliament, and at all our ceremonies, she has never missed. We want to thank her so much. To all of you who have attended this very important occasion, we can't thank you enough. Specifically more to men. Sometimes we come and we speak to ourselves, but we want to thank men who have come today to grace this occasion of the International Women's Day. For Women Council, thank you so much, Women Council members, for being here for us and for appreciating this day. You have been celebrating all these days with us, and we know that you are going to mobilize the district's Women's Day celebrations right after here. We wish you success. Thank you. We also wish to thank our development partners. Our development partners, thank you for working with us this journey.
All right. Thank you so much for watching UBC TV and following the event as it has been. That is the 8th of March 2026 as we celebrate the 42nd Women's Day as Uganda. Many speeches have been given, many speeches have been told, lots of stories have been told, a lot of performances have taken place. But before I even go any further, my name is Julie F. Nantaba, and I've been covering this event with Jen Nyiramjusha. You will be getting from her and hearing from her as well. But some of the speeches and highlights from on there is recognizing the loopholes that still exist in the movement to empower a woman, and some of which, as for example, stated by Hajat Farida Chibawa, or that is the chairperson of the National Women's Council. She recognized the fact that increasing teenage pregnancies still exist, as well as gender-based violence is still on high, and child marriages still remain. Information limitation to women is also still a problem on there. Some of the diplomats also mentioned that access to justice is not a privilege, it is rather a right, and the GBV crimes indeed still high, and the fact that access to justice should go beyond legislation. All right. Thank you so much for choosing UBC TV. Just highlighting some of the loopholes that have been indeed recognized in this fight against, in this fight to empower a woman. Now, joining me is a lady whose brand we all know as Grow. In fact, to many, she is called Grow, and her real name is not even known. Can you imagine? But at least she's here to speak with us and to give us more information on how the Grow project has thus far fared, how women have been empowered, and of course the downsides to it that we look forward to improving as the Grow project continues to empower a woman. It's such an honor to have you this afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on UBC TV.
Yes, please introduce yourself to the viewer and what you do and why we call you Grow.
My name is Ruth Aisha Kasolo, and I coordinate the Grow project at PSFU. I mainly look at the loans for the women, but Grow is bigger. Grow is bigger than the loans. We have been training women on a number of areas on managing their businesses. The Ministry of Gender has been working on supporting infrastructure for the common user facilities. And also we are now launching an apprenticeship program for women. It is starting anytime. We will also be supporting women that have innovative products soon. So a lot is happening. And I think that today for this event, we've had over 500 women coming here who have benefited from GROW to show the world that indeed women are getting money from GROW, small and large women. We have those that are getting 5 million, 20 million, 100 million, and 200 million. And I think what has also happened is that for now, right now, we've also managed to reduce the minimum loan for the GROW to 2 million to ensure that the women in rural areas that are doing business, you know, GROW is for business, it's for women in business, it's not for everybody. For everybody can go to PDM, but not everybody can come to GROW. Every woman that has a business that qualifies for GROW can come to GROW.
And if I may chip in, you will forgive me, just to ask the very same question in there. Why was it arranged like that? Just for our viewer to understand why it's for business-oriented ladies alone.
It's because there were so many programs for women where they would access financing, and then what happens that when a woman transforms, if you start growing, you want to be a little bit more independent, you want to access more money, you want to have a conversation and a relationship with a bank. So now the GROW program gives you a chance to create a relationship with a financial institution to prepare you, because after GROW you can now go for UDB loan, a bigger loan. We want women to start thinking big. We are not meant to only borrow 500, 200, 100, borrow from a box. No. We want women to transform from micro to small to medium. We are supporting women to also formalize. And what we are seeing is that now we are seeing women that are graduating from 2 million, 1 million, 500 to now getting 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, and 200 million. And the interest rate is 10%. Now, the people might say that, what about those that where banks are known? We are now onboarding. We've onboarded circles like Ebo Circle. We will have Coach Goma anytime. We'll have Arova Circle. We'll have Koboko Circle in those areas where it is so hard for women to access loans. We've also onboarded Pride Microfinance, Yoga Ford, and Opportunity to work in the areas where we thought women were not accessing the banking services. And right now, as I speak, for refugee hosting districts, women can even access up to 1 million as an entry minimum loan. But what is important is that we want to see a woman who has a business that can contribute to the development of this country. Yes.
That's very profound, and such a profound, detailed, well, it's a brief, but it rather has a lot of rich detail in there that Ruth Aisha Kasolo has explained and expressed in accessing GROW. Now, as your final remark on this day, what advice would you have for any working, or rather business lady out there who did not know first and foremost about GROW, but also how best she can access this and get onto the statistics of women who have already benefited from this project?
I want to tell women in business that are watching me that the GROW funds are available. It might not be enough for everybody, but we are pushing to ensure that going forward, government can look at this as a large fund for women. Contact your bank. We have now 14 financial institutions. The number has moved from 6 to 14. You can go there and contact them and then get the support. But also look for other services. GROW is not only about loans. If you don't get a loan, get training. If you can't get training, get support to register your business. If you can't get support to register your business, get apprenticeship. So you realize that there is so much. GROW is so much more than loans. We want to see a woman who is growing holistically.
Oh, that's very profound. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time, and a happy Women's Day to you. That is Ruth Aisha Kasolo, and she indeed is the national mobilizer and coordinator of the GROW project. She's been speaking with us regarding that very project, which has blessed many women immensely. Many were wondering why just a few, but indeed she has explained the detail of that. Now, Women's Day celebrations today at Kololo have not only been filled with just women activities, but rather there are many males that have participated in this event. Something is dropping in my eye, but allow me also invite my guest here, right here. His name is Mohammed Job, and if you watched the part of the parade and the officers marching, you must have seen someone swing a mace in style, something that caught many of those who viewed their eyes, and we want to just hear from him. And of course, the fact that he's at an event that is meant to be for women, but then we have to get that detail from him. Good afternoon, Sebo.
Good afternoon, madam.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Once again, please introduce yourself.
I am called Lance Koporo Mohamed Job from UPDF band.
All right, so why you're here is because you caught our eye with the mace and how you were swinging it. First, let me just ask about the training. How long did it take you to swing this thing?
I think I started training it since when I was like in P6, P7. So after joining army, I started practicing it. That's where I am now.
As you were swinging it, one of the questions that was going through my mind and just cascading down my brain was, wasn't there a woman who could swing it?
They are there, but they are still practicing. And I think next parade, Women's Day, they'll be showcasing. Yeah, so I'm making them practice.
So you're mentoring others?
Yes.
How does it feel for you to be part of a Women's Day celebration and for you to have been part of a whole parade filled with women and perhaps the only man or one of the few men that were on that parade?
I feel okay because I'm nurturing them, so I'm mentoring them. And boys, I promised my daughter that today, because today is her birthday, so I told her that today I will make it for you. So she's called Abina Duri. Happy birthday. I know she's seeing me. So I promised her that today I will make it for you.
Indeed, happy birthday to Job's daughter. So as a man, as a gentleman who's been part of this celebration, but at the same time you also work with women, what does this day mean to you?
Okay, I feel better. That's what I can say. Working with them, that's it.
Today, what's one of the things you've learned about empowering a woman?
Okay, what I can say is that working with them is a very good thing. There is the way how they make us feel better when we are with them. Yeah.
And on this very day, being that it's your daughter's birthday, how do you pledge to empower her?
I pledge to educate her more.
Lovely. It's a pleasure talking to you, and I look forward to the next year's event, Women's Day. It will be a Monday, I believe. I look forward to a woman that you'll have trained to swing this mess.
She will be there. Exactly, she will be there.
Very well, thank you.
For her.
All right, thank you very much, Afande. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. You are watching UBC TV, concluding the 2026 celebrations of Women's Day here at Kololo, where the venue has been. My name is Julie F. Nantaba with Jen Nyuramjisha. Jen, what has the day been like for you?
The day has really been a beautiful one for me. I actually couldn't forget to talk about the band.
Yes.
Yeah, I just loved everything about the band. I loved everything about the women in uniform, and it was really so amazing. And of course, what was so amazing about it is that these women are young.
Yes.
Very, very young. I just loved watching them. I just loved seeing them, and oh my God, they just inspired me.
I know them. They were so young. By the way, what Jen is talking about, the fact that these ladies were young is a highlight. Such a highlight.
Yes, so, but at the end of the day, as we get back to our homes, our offices, and wherever we've come from, the message is one. Let us all advocate for acceleration, access to justice for women and girls in the country, Uganda. Let us advocate for them. Let us give them equal opportunities. You're a boss in office, you're an MOP, you're a judge, you are somewhere as a leader. Let us give women equal opportunities. Let us give girls opportunities. Let them express themselves in different fields wherever they are. And of course, I was happy that the function was presided over by the Vice President of Uganda, who is also a woman, just like me and you, Julie. So yeah, it was really an amazing function. And of course, we thank you all for watching UBC and for being part of us from the start of the show to the end. Thank you so much.
That's very true. And I love what, Jen, you have said. Given that the theme this year has been scaling up investment for women to make justice accessible to women and girls more easily for the women and girls of Uganda. I think that's a highlight. That means as you're scaling up investment, not only could it be financial or might it be financial, but at whatever level you're at as an employer, how are you scaling up that investment? How are you employing more able-bodied women? How are you being fair in your salaries as you pay your employees? How are you being fair at that? These are all the details that we'll look at when it comes to scaling up investment in making sure that women and girls access justice as they are supposed to. I think we bring it to the end for now. It has been such a pleasure serving you and making sure that this event comes at the comfort of your living room, your office, wherever you're at. By the way, we've also been online. And in case you've missed the event, at least you can go to the UBC channel on YouTube and watch the whole event as it has transpired. For now, from the both of us to you, Uganda, stay inspired, stay blessed, be good, and it all remains for God and our country.